Didn't ask for you to say a word. Okay. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome, everybody. Tonight we have a special guest, Marcia Ciro, who has done some designs for us. I'm not allowed to say anything about her because I'm too effusive, so have a little choke chain that you can't see around my neck. So we're going to let Marcia start and introduce herself and share how she came up with some ideas for us. So how did I do? I behaved.
You did very well. You did very well. All right. I'm a graphic designer. I've been one for, I don't know if I include school, about 45 years.
Oh my goodness, thank you, Mark.
I had talked to Elodia a little bit earlier about doing a contest with the high school, but it sounds like that one is not going to quite work out very well, and it would take an awful long time, and you probably wouldn't end up with a logo until the summer. So it may not be the best idea, although it seemed like a nice idea. So we talked a little bit, and I said I would take a stab at it and give you some ideas. It's always good to have something to look at, to think about. So let's start. Let's just go through these.
If anybody feels they want to move down here, that would be nicer, let's just do it. You know, it's up to you, but if everybody's good with the stuff in
That's
front of
fine.
them? Okay.
All right, so there are 3 sketches, and they're all pretty different. And what I was trying to do is create a logotype that says what you are, as well as sort of Watertown, and just something that that's flexible, so that we can use it to make it into other things if we need to, because you're going to need to use it on a lot of flyers and maybe on a website. You know, these days all these logos get used in a million different ways. So I don't know how far you'll be, but if you send out emails, you need it for that. So I want it to be able to be real flexible. So the first one is pretty simple. It's just with 4 lines. It says exactly what you are. Watertown Community Preservation Committee. Colorful. And then in the second page, what I've done is just fooled around with some different ideas, how it might work in black and white, how it might work in color, dropped out of a color, how it might work on a flyer, website, Facebook, a letterhead, or a banner, something like that. This one allows you to kind of stretch it out a little bit so that you can add the open space and the words for what you do in there. And then I've also fooled around with some icons. But I know that some of the logos that we've looked at use icons in the logo, but I think it might be nicer to have a cleaner mark and then be able to use the icons in your pieces. So that's how I've approached it. So that is the first one. I'm not going to say a whole lot about it because it's visual. The second one plays around with the idea of the W and Watertown, and just using a little bit more color as a background. And you could also, if you go to page 2, you could use it large as a background. You can use it as a design element itself if you need to do that. So again, it's just showing you what it would look like on a flyer, what it would look like on website, Facebook, stationery. And also just the different colors that you could do it in. And then the third one is kind of playing on the idea of Watertown. And just kind of fooling around with that a little bit. And again, trying to add some color and how it might be used. I'm trying to make the logo speak for itself a little bit, and as far as what it is, the CPC, and where it is. One of the things we did talk about, I think you and I talked a little bit about, is whether it's what to call it. And CPC seems to be what everybody refers to it as, even though it stands for the committee, but you could say WCP, Watertown Community Preservation, but that doesn't have quite the same ring as CPC, which kind of flows off your mouth a little better. So we kind of went with that, and then trying to add in the Watertown as an identifier. So, do you have any thoughts?
Thoughts, reactions?
Ed? What is it, Jonathan?
I have a question. It's about the font, the typeface.
Yeah.
And I see they're different in each logo. And do you want to say anything about why is what it is, or
Sure.
is there any interchangeability that you think might work, or?
Okay, sure. The first one uses a kind of chunky font and in all caps. And I always want to choose a font that will look good in different sizes. So you can reduce it to large and have it be bold. And so I like this font because the letters were a little individual, and they had some oomph to them. You know, they had a little bit of design and decoration to them instead of just a plain. But they're also sans serif, so they're simple enough so that they'll read at different sizes.
So that the what?
Sans serif.
Oh, sans serif, sorry.
Read. That's the only word I just didn't
They'll
hear.
read, yeah, they'll read at different sizes.
Gotcha.
And I think I've paired that with a different font for text, because obviously this one really wouldn't look so great in text, so I paired it with another font for text. The other two are done in a font called Rotus, and it's a very elegant font, and it just has a nice feel to it. Again, it comes in some interesting. It comes in a semi-serif and a serif and a sans, and so you can kind of play around with it a little bit, and it's very flexible, but it's also extremely readable, and it'll read well at small sizes, and you can use this as a text font as well.
Can you repeat the name of this font?
Rotis, R-O-T-I-S. So I tend to choose fonts, how they feel with a particular design. Fonts really have a personality to me, so I tend to try to, I want them to say, read right in what I'm trying to do. And if I want something bold, I try to choose something bold. If I want something a little bit softer, I'll choose something a little bit softer. So the Rotus seems a little softer to me, a little bit less bold, but still clear than the first font. Is that
Sure, yeah.
Mark, sorry.
Oh,
Somehow I have an adverse reaction to CPC as a sort of a big like that. Maybe a little bit because, I don't even know Cyrillic, but CCCP is the Soviet Socialist Republic of Russia. And so this has that, and CPC, those are also Cyrillic characters. So and it also looks very corporate. I do very much like your first example, and I like it because you sort of, the ability to stretch it out and then put those other words about what the 4 activities are.
Yeah.
I think that's a real plus to that.
yeah.
And just so you all know, the copy that is on that kind of little flyer is not the copy. It's just Marcia played with some of the stuff that Janet had on her flyer. So don't play, the copy will be more punchy.
Yeah.
But just Jason,
Yes.
First of all, thank you for doing this.
Yes.
We appreciate it. It's
yes,
great.
very much so.
It seems like this is probably the most expeditious way to do this also, rather than waiting for someone at the high school to get back to us and not knowing what the final product would be. So thank you for doing this. My thoughts are, I think I like the first one the best. I'm having a bit of an adverse reaction to the yellow background for this flyer, though. I think yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna like, I'm an architect, so I'm gonna nitpick a little bit, but that would be my comment about this one. Not a big fan of number 2, but number 3, I didn't get it until
Oh, you did?
until you mentioned the water thing, and then I thought that's actually kind of clever. If we were to go with this one, I'd be interested to see how it would look if the reflection was kind of compressed vertically by about 50%. So it almost looked like not quite as tall, again, as the CPC, but, almost like sort of viewing it from 45 degrees and it's a little more compressed.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see how that would look. Yeah, so that's it, thanks, it's great.
Yeah.
Maria,
I agree completely with what Jason just said. Number one is the first one's my favorite. It pops. Oh, and thank you also from all of us for doing this. But number one's my favorite. I kind of was expecting the logos to have the little icons, but I like your artistic license to just make it colorful. The only thing, I mean, would we be able to change like the color, like maybe communities purple and committees
Yeah,
orange?
I think that right now it's sort of cool, warm.
Would you make a face?
It's a little bit.
You said that earlier? I don't know why, I just think of community as purple. I'm not sure why.
I sort of was thinking of it more as orange, just because it's just warmer, you know?
And I was thinking of a red-orange, because that's kind of Watertown with the schools. It's, you know, their logo is red and
Yeah.
our seal.
Not a minor point, I don't know
Yeah, no,
why.
no.
I love purple, purple's my favorite color, I would put it on everything, you know, so,
We really did think about the colors. I had done them differently at first, and then I redid them, and Elodie and I talked about it a little bit. But, you know, Watertown, obviously, blue for water. Preservation, I used green just because it's just the idea.
Recreation,
Yeah,
recreation.
recreation. Community, it just seemed, the orange seemed warm, and it seemed good. And committee is sort of a throwaway, because it's really just the descriptive of what you are. So the colors just seem to go together pretty well. I think that you can, if you put the purple next to the blue in Watertown,
oh, it won't pop as much.
yeah, I think you
won't-
might have a little bit less of a.
You're right, you're
it will
probably
balance
right.
as well, you know.
Ex-
Change it to Watertown Committee Preservation.
Community.
No, no.
Gideon.
Anyway, I
No good.
I like the colorfulness. I like it against the yellow background. The only part of that logo that I don't really love is how it looks on a face, how when it's a circle, you don't get the whole thing, but I don't know if that's really that important. I love how it slides out, so that, I agree with everything. I didn't care for the second one, partly because the W just didn't pop to me, or it kind of reminded me a little of the YMCA. I'm not sure. But I also really thought it was clever for the third logo, and the only part I didn't love about that, like, I thought if it was water, it should be more, like, skewed, like, but of all of them, my first, like what Jason suggested, that 45-degree angle, if people like that one. But the first one tells you what it all is immediately, so you don't have to wonder, well, what does CPC mean? And is that some, like, I don't know, accounting thing or something, you know what I mean? So I like number one the best, but thank you very much.
Alan?
Yes, again, Masha, thank you so much for the work. I also like the first one. I mean, the colors can obviously be changed. It doesn't have to be banana yellow in the background. You could make it anything. And the other four colors could also be changed. But I particularly like on the flyer part where it spells out open space, affordable housing, outdoor recreation, and historic preservation. I like the way that was. I mean, the colors, you can make them to whatever the committee desires, you know?
No, I think she explained it really well. You're right. I hadn't thought about, you really do have to look at how they balance. You really have to, you know, so I trust that you looked at that.
Susan?
Well, I like two a lot, but after listening to particularly the discussion about being very clear about what this is right up front, I'm inclined toward number one. I really love the font
Okay.
on the logo. I think it's
A little
I don't know, it's interesting. It's interesting.
bold,
Yeah,
tells you what you need to know.
yeah.
Exactly.
It's got a little character,
Yeah.
not Helvetica.
Roberto?
Thank you. Thank you, Marcia, for doing this so quickly. And I actually like number three. I'm interested in what Jason's talking about with shrinking that. But that being said, I think number one would be fine. I really like what it says. I love the colors.
Good, okay. All right, great.
Kid, did you have anything to add? Lene, Leo?
I was looking at the composition of the first one, and I think it's very flexible. I like how on the letterhead, I actually don't like the pullouts where you bring it.
You don't?
It
Wow.
feels like open space is assigned to Watertown, communities assigned, like, I don't like that kind of style, but I like keeping that. But I like that, like, in the letterhead, you have the four words, the key words of what, Community Preservation Committee is really all about underneath it. And I almost think that it's almost like the tagline. And so I like that it's small, it's separate, but it's part of it. And then I'm curious, like your little symbols with the house, the architectural window, and, I like that you have those in color. And I'm curious how that can be tagged. If you have like, here's a logo, and then you also have this piece, which seems to be brought into different components as well. So I like the composition of all that first one. The second one, I didn't like the first, but I actually grew on it as well, especially like with the blue background and how you can see. I think it all looks well, but I do like that first one, simplicity for all those different pieces. And looking at how you compose it.
The idea with the icons is that, they can be pretty much anything. If you want to decide on 4 icons, we can, talk about different styles or whatever. I used a sort of cross between a little realistic style and an iconic style. So some of them are really, sometimes you see icons and they're extremely simple. And then I used ones that have a little finer line and a little more detail. And what they represent, it's hard to make an icon represent everything you want it to represent. But it's also very flexible, and the reason why I'd rather not use them in the logo is it gives you a lot more flexibility to have the logo of what it is, and then you can use these icons wherever you need to use them. If you're having a meeting that only concerns open space, you can use that one bigger and or in the background or something that says what you're actually talking about at that time. So the difference in the icons, we can talk about those as well.
Lene?
I like number 1.
Okay.
It's simple, it describes, what the Community Preservation Committee is. The CPC, I think, would leave a question in many people's minds.
Leo, any comments?
I think you're all great.
Oh.
I do, I'm amazed, but I'm sort of a, straight-ahead person. And straight lines, it's great to see somebody who has imagination and can do something like this. It's just really great. I do like it too,
You do not number 2?
but I think they're all great.
Thank you. Mark?
I like the icons. I have one question about the historic one. I mean, it's a classic sort of late federal period, maybe early Victorian window. But will everybody get that that's historic preservation?
Historic preservation was tough. I started out with a column, and Elodia was like, well, we're not in Rome, or, and they're on a lot of columns in Watertown. So then I was trying to think, well, we got a lot of double hung windows, we got a lot of sort of old, and I was trying to look for something that said sort of, our architecture is not super fancy,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like even your house, you
Yep.
have nice
Yep.
double hung windows. So I was looking for something that just would say, old house kind
Yep.
of thing. And I'm not quite sure, we could throw around other ideas if
Yep.
you have them, and
What do people think? I get it, but I'm not sure everybody else gets it.
I actually really like it.
You do,
I'm
yeah.
glad you didn't do a column, and I'm glad you
Yeah.
didn't do like a pediment or
Okay.
some of
Yeah.
these more like obvious,
Yeah.
Yeah.
typical sort of expressions.
Yeah.
I think this is like, understated, but really a great icon for historic
I like
preservation.
that she put it with "find out more," because it's like, come in and look and come in and see. I know that's a little far out there, but I caught that. In some communities that I've looked at, they've had, Quincy uses a very kind of iconic little sketch of a famous church in town that's
Yeah.
very important, but we don't really have that either. The only thing I could think that might resonate would be the commander's mansion, if you could make a very simplified shot of that, but even that's kind of complex, given the building. So the window struck
I
me.
worry that if.
If
I
that's
don't-
too elaborate, it takes away from the others.
Well, yeah, it's too much like the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I-
I think the window does, it conveys historic preservation because it's one of the things that is being lost the most quickly.
Yes.
And from a historic preservation and housing perspective.
We're a lot more sophisticated than you thought we
I
were, huh,
don't know,
Mark?
okay, fine. I don't like it, but I just want to make sure everybody thinks this is right.
Ironically, I looked at the first one and I was like, well, what? I looked at that and I was like, that's preservation. Now, what's that first? That's preservation. Why is it preservation? And then I was like, okay, that's, so the first one didn't actually convey to me
Okay.
housing. Ironically, even though it's a house,
We toyed with a different
Yeah.
symbol.
it didn't look like affordable. It doesn't convey affordable housing in my mind.
So I had originally done a house, as Olivia started to say.
Yeah.
With sort of some, like a family in the, dropped out of it.
Yeah,
And
but
I don't, what are you saying?
I think a multifamily is better, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we kind of went.
I missed what you said, Mark, I'm
I
sorry.
think it's, a single-family house gives the wrong impression. I think a multifamily is sort of the right way to go.
Yeah, so I was trying to look for something that said what, we get a lot of we're getting a lot of multifamilies that sort of look like that. There's sort of these two things together. So I thought maybe it kind of said what we're seeing a lot of. But again, if you have other ideas, I'm happy to entertain them and look for something that might, illustrate that. And I'm fine with doing that. It's tough to come up with the,
I have a question for the committee. I mean, I didn't see what Gideon saw, but I'm just curious if others thought that having the word open space next to the slide out for Watertown and all that, I didn't see it that way, but does anybody else have that same concern that Gideon brought up?
Well, I liked what Gid said of the, I kind of like the letterhead logo where they have the 4 categories under the logo. It's a little tight to see on this particular thing.
Right, the bottom.
Because I really love the crisp clearness of the typeface and the bars. And I agree with you, Maria, if we were going to use this on Facebook in any way, I don't like the circle. I'd rather see the full title. I think it's just much more dramatic and it's more impactful. And my first thing in looking at any marketing piece is always, who are you? Tell me who you are. And I think that does that really well. So
we can work on the Facebook. Facebook's really limiting, all those things, Instagram and Twitter, they're really limiting as to
Right.
what you can do.
Well, for us more, I think what we'd be doing is, because we're going to be using Bang the Table, which is really why we need this. We want something dramatic and sharp, because this is what the community's going to see, and it's our interactive tool. So that's why I was getting very nervous, because what we had seen, I thought, oh, my God. But, for example, this flyer, if let's say we had the right typeface and everything's done, I would just shoot this and post the flyer as is, not have a Facebook page, because we've talked a little bit about it in the committee. If we get into this Facebook mess, it's, content gets weird, everybody's gonna, we want something we can control, that we can drive everybody for information to one source. So while we may put a posting somewhere saying this is going on, and for more information, go to Bang the Table, blah, 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 or, post it here, more information, go here, but we're trying to drive everything to one central location. So as far as the yellow background goes, Mark, if you have an idea, that's great. Don't pay attention to the copy, but, so what do people think about what Gideon said, the tails, and keeping the tails, or just really having the words below it, affordable housing,
Well, so that's, I guess I wasn't saying, so I think the symbol is actually on the left side, right? But, that's the theme, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
one option.
Yeah.
And I was just saying, I don't like that style. If anything, I'd rather have those, all to the right, so, it feels like it's disjointed, but that's just for that style of.
I'm missing what you're saying, Gid. Could you just give me a little bit better idea?
This, which goes there.
Yes.
I was just thinking when you want to call it out, I like it more when you have the 4 things that you're doing
you know, a letterhead is different than a flyer. So, or a banner, and I think with the way I used it on the flyer and the banner, it just allows you to integrate it a little bit more. Whereas in other ways, you may not want that. And that's, I don't consider this as a logo possibility. This is just using it in a flexible way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
This is a
Kinda like that.
variation on the logo you presented, right? It's,
Yeah.
yeah, I see that.
it's flexible, that you can change.
Right.
Fool around with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of flag-like.
Yeah, it's a little bit, you know, it's funny.
kind of what?
Logo.
Flag-like.
Flag-like? Oh.
Not exactly, but
I like it,
I like it. I like it when it pulls apart like that.
but I don't think we need to decide on that. We need to just decide on the core logo, is what you're saying, basically. And that, this is an option that could be tweaked, the flyer idea or a banner later down the road.
Yeah.
I would still like to see what you could do with number 3, though, with the, I mean, are we voting on one right now?
I'd be glad to do that, because I actually like number 3.
I think it'd be kind of cool if it was like, like at a 45 and a bit compressed. It might, I'm just curious to see what that looks like.
So I was trying to figure out a way, it's a very calm water.
Yeah.
So it's like but if I compressed it up a little bit and just kept it still kind of horizontal,
Yeah.
and then just move the Watertown up a bit,
Yeah.
you know, I can try something like that.
Okay, my question, Jason, just because you like that, would you put Watertown on top versus CPC Watertown? Feels a little weird to me, but you like the Watertown at the bottom?
Sort of reiterates.
Yeah, I know, I like the water thing.
I think you say what CPC is, like, somebody said earlier, what's,
Right.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
in-
my only reason I don't
yeah.
care for 3. I
Yeah.
love the artistic license of the reflection, but it doesn't define what CPC is. It doesn't tell you anything.
You want to take off committee?
The reflection, when you look at it in certain ways, it's like, well, what's CPC?
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
it's,
right, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't get it, that's what you think,
It's like,
yeah.
well, it's CPC and
Yeah.
CPC.
Yeah.
Okay, Susan just made a comment, which why don't you say it, because I had said the same thing to Marcia when we met on Sunday for a few hours, going back and forth about things, so,
Well, I looked at this again and I realized, why is committee there?
Yeah.
Because it's Watertown Community Preservation. We're the committee, but
Right.
the committee will change over time. But then you don't have a square, so.
well, it's still nice.
Yeah, I actually did one without the committee, and we talked about it a bit. The thing is that it seems like it's always referred to as the CPC. And,
True.
and so because of that, I think you might want to keep it, just
Yeah.
because it's kind of the CPC. I mean, you could, it's not really the act, you know, if you said CPA, or I think I was fooling around with WCP at first.
Yes, that sounded like call letters to a radio station, we were
Yeah,
laughing
it
about
was
that.
Working, and so
The
we.
other question is, do you really want to even, we're calling it CPC because we're having a lot of meetings. But the question is, as we move forward, do we really want it to be just the letters? Or do we really want to call out that it's about Watertown Community Federation?
Well,
Right, right.
You know, I thought about it, I went back to the coalition website, trying to see what they're doing all the time, because they're the Community Preservation Coalition. And when they're sending out all these things, it's always CPA update, and then we get all the notices from the different communities. I'm on this general, what do you want to call it? You know, I get bombarded by these things, Google Alert for Community Preservation, and I just look at those and I see, you know, Boston OK's Community Preservation Fund. You know, if anybody else is, it goes from act to fund to, it's kind of all over the map, and so I was trying to pay attention to that. So I don't know if anybody's got an opinion on that, but.
It seemed like when it was going through, people were voting for it, when it was up for voting, it seemed like everybody referred to it as CPC to me, but am I remembering that
Everyone
wrong?
said CPA.
Was-
They said CPA
It's
more?
been really hard for us to switch over to CPC, but
Ah.
calling it that, because there was no committee.
Yeah.
It was all about the CPA. And everyone, no one else outside of this network knows CPA or CPC.
maybe it should say CPA.
Yeah, but previously, we talked about that.
CPA is like, also, there's other acronyms that.
Yeah, certified public
It
accountant.
doesn't work well.
Yeah.
That's why I think.
Yeah,
I think using
I don't like
service
that.
in the logo is better.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause-
CPA, we talked about that. That could be certified public accountant.
You're right, it comes up that way in a lot of
Community
websites.
Preservation
Right.
Act.
Right.
Yeah.
But like
I like
Weymouth,
this CPC better, Watertown Community Preservation Committee.
yeah, Weymouth calls themselves the Community Preservation Committee. When they're at their public announcements, I'm just skimming through some of them.
Yeah, I just think it's more, it spells out what it is, and everyone's doing initials, but you don't have to.
No, no, you
Uh,
don't.
And when you write it in a letter, you can say it,
Hmm.
but you do it in brackets, and then you can use it in the letter, but you don't necessarily have to do that.
Mm.
And like when you do logos or someone's sponsoring something, the people who send stuff and it's just letters, it's like, it's not really the same, like, if that's all you get when you're sponsoring something, or.
Right. I think John has a comment, and then I have something else to add. Go ahead, John.
Thanks. All in all, I think this is very strong work, and I think it was very generous of you to do the 3 different, examples or proposals. My sense is that you prefer the first one. I don't know if that's true or not.
I think all your reasons for liking the first one are really good, and I like them all. I mean, I've learned over the years, never show anything you don't like, because that's what they will pick. And so I never do that anymore. So I make sure that I like everything that I'm showing. So it's, so I do like them all. But your reasons, you have to use it, it has to represent you. And if it probably is easier to have it say what it is, because, I don't know if everybody in the town is going to really clue into CPC, maybe, that
Yeah.
might happen. So
Well-
maybe that's a good reason to do that.
Yeah. Well, and I want to say that of these, I prefer the first one. And I do like having the word committee there, because that's who we are, what we are. It's going to be, our website. We're going to be bringing together the community opinion and so on, and we're going to be publishing the plan. So I think it's appropriate for this to say that it's the committee's website, it's the committee's meeting, it's the committee's logo, and so on. I'll say I have some question about the font, but I'm not going to try to second guess that or work that out. And in this group of however many of us there are, I trust your judgment about that far more than I trust mine. And I have no problem with the sort of the slides, the Jenga thing, if you will. I think that works. So I am fine with this first proposal.
Would people like community preservation Watertown better?
No.
No, okay, just asking, because I'm skimming through what I'm seeing that different communities do. Alan,
Just random thought.
okay?
Watertown Community Preservation Act, if that word was changed, right? Is that like the marvelous Mrs. Maisel, we're ready to go on the road?
Yes, okay.
I think this is great the way it is.
Yeah, no, the act is the law that
I know
we
that.
passed. Right, you
But I
know,
mean,
no.
Right, Leo? That's it,
It's
buddy.
too short a
So
word.
the only one that's different that I was seeing on websites is Georgetown, and what they did, I don't know why, but they're using the entire state with stuff, but their name or their thing, their symbol, their logo, Community Preservation Initiative. It's just-
Ah.
I don't know why, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, it's
No.
not, they tried to get out of the.
Yeah.
I don't care for that. I kind of like what John said, this is who we are, this is what we're doing. We're responsible to take charge of this issue, and I think early on, we had a little bit of discussion that we'd never really finished, but there was something to say, if you look, and when I've talked to the coalition, I wish the coalition had a universal symbol that represented community preservation, because I think it's a shame that there isn't some symbol that you see in every community to know what this is funded throughout the state. How this has worked, because right now, we got a new notice now that the state may give us that extra $20 million in the budget, with the budget surplus monies. But Stuart said they haven't been able to get that across with the communities. So I really love the first one because it's strong, it's clean. I love all the ideas that you showed us, and it looks great in black and white. It looks great in grayscale. It'll be powerful on the bang the table, I think. And picking up on Gideon's thing, we could put those underneath, like you have on the letterhead over here, just along the bottom there, those 4 things, I know that when I showed it to my husband, the CPC with the water, he goes, "I got dizzy."
Oh, no.
Oh, poor Bruce, but, so the question, if we made that smaller, what Jason's looking for the reflection, number one, it's asking you to do an awful lot of work for us, but, is that such an intriguing proposition to people, or do they really say, consensus is number one? Maria, you're making a face.
I don't know if I'd waste your time, because I feel like this, if without photo images of what we are, so none of these have the little icons in the actual logo, or at least that last one doesn't really, so.
None of them do have it in
No.
the logo.
I don't like
Yeah,
this in the
so
logo.
I feel like, although I feel like a logo shouldn't need explaining. So I feel like the third one, as cool as that is, it would need explaining. So,
Well,
to everyone.
logos are funny. I mean, if you look at Apple, what does that have to do with computers, So, and I think they originally did Apple because they put so much into the education market, and that's where they went first.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And so I think that's what the Apple came from.
Bite
But
of the
now-
apple for knowledge.
And knowledge, yeah, education knowledge, but it doesn't have anything to do with computers, so it's funny. I think a lot of them, it's not always apparent what it is right away.
That's a good point, yeah.
But I think for something like this, where it's a local committee, it's local government, it's probably better to have it say what it is and be very, very clear to everybody, where this is coming from, wherever it is that you're doing is coming from. So if you want, where do you want to go from here?
What would be the next step? Because you're our professional. What do we do? What would be the natural evolution here?
But Elodia, I don't mean to, if Jason and others, if I want to have her redo 3 and we come back again and vote on it, that's fine too.
I'll respond since I'm the one who brought it up. I think there's a pretty strong consensus for number 1 anyway, so maybe let's not muddy the waters. We're happy with it. I think let's just, I don't want to drag this on longer than it needs.
Let's not go through the biography thing again, huh?
Right.
No, just teasing.
You need a logo, Jason.
I'm also going to say,
I was
On the
even kind of
last one.
sketching it on my own, but.
the reflection again is Cyrillic, because that small b means I in Russian. So you got this, my objection
What
to
is this obsession with Russia?
Mark, is there something you want to share?
Easy, comrade.
Как
I'm just
поживаете?
saying,
It's far away, Russia, Anyway, well, I think what I can do is create the artwork for it, so that what I would give you is all of the artwork for the logo in different formats, and, that can be used for print and can be used on the web and all that stuff. And I just put all that together and give it to you. I'd keep it as well. So if I can't do some work, you can give it to another designer and they can use it. And then I think the first thing you want to do is a flyer, is
Right,
that
it's
correct?
most of the immediate need for the first public forum.
Right, so that's up to you pretty much, is to write the content and what you want and when it is and all of that. And if you give me that information, and I can do some flyer designs for you, fool around with a little color and stuff like that.
Thank you, Marcia, that's great.
Can I ask another question? Are those, on this flyer
Yeah.
example, would we own these 4 logo things that go, is that us? Or did you pull them from
The
website?
icons, you
The
mean?
little icons for housing, recreation, the tree.
Yeah, so there's.
Did you create them, or were they from somewhere else?
No, I actually took those. These days, it's kind of funny, and 30 years ago, we'd have to hire an illustrator to do the icons, but Nowadays, we have something called iStock, and it's all stock, and they have thousands of icons.
Okay.
And I modified all the ones that I took off myself, but, you know, once you have them, they're yours, and they're not expensive.
Did you have to buy that with your
I
own
actually
money?
didn't buy them, I actually took them off. We have an account at work that we get like 50 or
They were
60.
subscribed
We
to
have
it,
an
so,
unlimited amount every month, so
Okay.
they didn't really cost anything. We never use our monthly allotment, so
Well, thank you.
they can do a little bit for Watertown, it's
I
okay.
like that light on that water one, the light yellow background with the see-through icon. Nice, it's just like the way the tree is, you know, like there's a different style.
Oh, yeah.
One solid and that one, so it's nice that we have both options for,
Yeah.
like what the background is.
Yeah, well, that one I did those a little bit lighter just because they made more sense with that logo, I think. Because it had some sort of line art that they felt a little lighter than the other ones.
You kind of lose the soccer player, though, in that one.
Yeah.
To me, anyway.
I mean, I can fool with them a little more, but I think, you know, it's really, the icons are really, one thing that I could do is do a couple of different sets of icons for you, and, you know, you could look at those and see what you like. And if anyone has any other ideas about icons, you can, you know, just send it to Elodia, she'll forward it to me, and I can look, you know, for those. So if something comes up to you, you know, when you go home at night or something, and you say, oh, I wonder if.
Mark, if you have a dream,
Yeah.
that's not related to Russia.
Yeah.
I have one. That would be a jerk.
Never.
I said it on my truck, didn't I?
And I said, come on, say that out loud.
So, the field hockey team is one, you know, if you have an athletic person from Watertown, it probably should be a field hockey woman, rather than a soccer person.
Why?
Well, the reason I asked for soccer,
The only reason I would say this is because we've won the state tournament, I don't know how many times.
Yep.
14, 15.
well,
That's the only reason.
but soccer is the biggest sport in town.
Universal.
What?
Soccer's universal.
It's universal, it's the biggest sport in town.
There's field hockey.
How many state tournaments have the girls
Oh, I
won?
know. No, I know what you're saying.
I'm just,
I'm glad I really like the window.
No, it's fine, Leo. We went through the same discussion because I didn't want to directly male figure, I think. But this looked like a little chubby kind of soccer player to me. Because I know, but it could be a guy with a ponytail or it could be a woman, you know, so it was kind of,
Wearing loose clothing.
pardon me?
She's just wearing loose
Okay,
clothing.
just, you know,
She's not heavy.
but, because I didn't want it to be a male, again, I said, that's just me. But I agree about the hockey, but soccer is the biggest sport at the ground level in this town all the way up. And so I was trying to do something, yes, in the world. My brother plays soccer, my friends, so I just wanted something that would appeal across the community. So that's why that was my kind of influence, if nobody likes it,
I
but.
think that, you know, you can stew on this a little bit and think about it, and if something comes to mind, you know, again, just send it, if you say, oh, I really think this would be a great icon, just send it to Elodia, and she'll forward it to me, and I'll see what I can do.
We can't stew too long, though, because the point is, we want to use this on the survey, we want to use this on Bang the Table, we want to use this sooner than later, and so I don't want to feel like I'm dropping the hammer on it, but, you know, we're kind of delayed in trying to get going on things, so.
So this should be a high-pressure cooker, not a stew.
I mean, you know, when I say stew, I mean even a week is.
Yeah,
fine.
well, would that be good, a week that people have to think about it?
So what are we thinking about? We're thinking about which we like, or have we decided on
The
that?
subject matter for the icons.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go with design number one.
Okay.
Is there, let's take this block by block. We like design number one. There was some concern about the colors that Marcia chose. Is there still concern about the logo colors, or is it concern about the background color?
No, she explained the colors
Okay, so
to me.
that's good. Everybody's happy. Susan, you're making,
Well, if I'm the only one that would like to see another option of color, then if I'm the only one, then I don't think we should do it, because I think
Color
we
for
ought
the background or color for the?
You're talking about the bars or the background
Well, I
color?
think if you change the background, you might want to change the bars. I don't know.
No, I think you do the background to augment the bars.
Okay.
The bars would stay.
The bars stay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I
Matt,
think we ought to go with what we have.
well, then I just want to ask the question, would there be a different value for the background, given a little bit of comment that we're getting? Mark, other people, would there be a different value that maybe half of this yellow value that would be appropriate or not? I'm not asking the question the right way.
I use the stronger color. The yellow that printed actually is a little bit yellower. I had a little bit more orange in the yellow that I chose, but it printed a brighter yellow.
It definitely pops, you can't miss it.
Yeah, and I sort of wanted something that is a little different, but these are really strong colors. So they may be okay on a more of a pastel-y
Or
background.
even the one that, yeah, on the option number 3, the flyer, it's kind of like, it's almost like a,
Yeah.
or sepia, something like that. I think even that, I think what I'm objecting to is the orange and the yellow don't seem to play
didn't
all
like
that well
that,
together.
yeah.
But if the background were more a tone like that,
Yeah.
I think it would be much better.
Well, the
I think she only put the yellow to show how it pops,
Yeah.
to show how the logo
The
pops.
background of the flyer, that can be changed really easily.
I
It's,
even have a question about that, because like, if we're printing it, I try to promote minimal extra toner on the back. You don't want to print a solid, if this is a flyer, then we don't, you buy yellow paper or you buy a color, but you don't print solid toner.
and you
don't
could
use the
print this
ink to
on
print
a
the
color
yellow.
paper.
Right,
Yeah.
so it's more like you just develop it, so if this is for a website, that's one thing, but if it's for print, then we don't want to,
Yeah.
in-house, we don't want to do that to our color.
Very good thought, Gid, that's a really
No,
good
that is
point.
a good thought. You know what I do a lot of times is I make it like 90% or 80%, so it's a screen, so it's not quite so solid, it doesn't use as much toner. But,
Okay, so we like the logo, it's the background, that's the question. I mean, as a flyer, this would really stand out if you're just looking, I mean, Brian, does
is,
this
right, you
pop
could-
for you? You see it? Does it draw you like what the devil are they doing?
It's pretty bright.
Okay. Okay.
You just by color, we have both by color paper.
Just by, colored paper.
So
yeah.
the question is,
How many
could we
flyers
get
are
a
we gonna
stock color paper that would be appropriate for these bars that you would recommend or something like
Yeah, like
that?
a linen, just
Pardon
like
me?
a linen color paper would be.
if you give
But
me,
also legal, most people don't use legal anymore, so like our machine usually deals with legal. All naked. Yeah, we can either do 11 by 17 or
You can do-
half by 11.
you can do 11 by 17?
But that would change the proportion of this, right?
Yes.
But then for a flyer, it depends on what the flyer's for, so like we, oftentimes when we're doing stuff at the library, you have to do half size. Like, we cut them manually, or like, it depends on where you're putting it for a flyer, so you can do different styles depending on where you're putting it.
Yeah.
But it's like 11 by 17, if there's a spot for it, it's much bigger.
Well, there's a lot of things to think about when we're printing something, and if you, once you get the copy for the flyer, I'll do some different sketches and I'll show you some different background colors, and then,
Okay.
you can see that and you can
Can I
decide
make
on
one
that.
more comment?
Okay.
And this is just crazy, so just take it, but now I'm overthinking it, so. I love the idea that this money's to ripple out, and then I'm thinking about the water, and is there a way to take the first logo and have it, have like a weight, have it show, so that it ripples out, like the word Watertown, so that it has like that same effect of number 3, but not a reflection, but more of a, that it,
I know what you're talking about. I
Like
think it
that-
might be a little too much, though.
Too much there.
yeah,
No, I think you want to keep it kind of simple.
keep it simple, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not, it doesn't preclude that you could play with it a little bit, and,
For a special event or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
But
absolutely.
you know what I'm saying, like, this is like seeping out this money into the community.
Maria, what if we had some kind of little logo here when you have the tree, that we could get a little water element in there because we're near the river? Would that be satisfying? See, now
It's
we're gonna
fine. Like I
okay,
said, now I'm overthinking it. I just was.
Okay. Mark, you had something to add?
Yeah, I'm sort of curious, we're having, Gideon's raising it as if we're going to print it, the flyers, but I would assume the consultant would print the flyers. Is that part of the contract?
If you pay them.
Yeah.
I don't know, really? Is that not part of the contract?
I really don't know.
I assume, I mean, this is extra stuff that the size that you can do
Okay,
flyers.
yeah, okay, no,
That you're distributing around town is not something that you normally build into a contract. So I'm assuming that there's not line items on there.
I have to go back to the project.
Quality printer upstairs that we do for, but it's not, I mean, it's not like you want to distribute this far and wide.
I mean, how many copies are you
That's
talking?
what I mean, it's,
I don't,
100 copies or something?
maybe,
Less.
yes, not even. I think, you know, hammering it on different sites in town is more important, and getting something at the library, that's my guess, quite
We'll
honestly.
come to it, if you do print it in-house, I'll work with you with your equipment and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing that once we have it, I don't know about other people, but I intend to send it out to my email list, so, you know, I don't know.
You definitely would have a PDF. and-
Yes, PDF, it'll just go out that way, so it'll pop when they open it up in the email, but, you know, I think that's the way to go. And then maybe we have some flyers in certain locations in town, which we did talk about at the meeting, but people are very oriented to email and stuff and popping it out on different sites. Anything else we need to ask you, Marcia? And, no?
No, I think we're all set.
Any other concerns, questions?
you know, just as far as the flyer goes, we're presuming that 8.5 by 11 would be the standard size of, that would reproduce really well.
Yeah, I
If you're
actually,
talking about 11 by 17, it's going to skew things.
I do design these 8.5 by 14, just to make them a little bit bigger, and give them a little more
We
oomph.
do have it, I just have, our old machine always jams. I don't know what to do with this.
Okay, well, we can
To do a reflow
figure it out.
now.
I mean,
But we don't own that. paper.
Staples could print. 100
Staples could
flyers
do
for us.
100 flyers, so,
About a lot of money.
right.
a lot of money
Let's
here,
just
so-
figure out what's the best size that you could tell us this is.
I like 8.5 by 14 because it's a little bigger than 8.5 by 11, so it has a little more presence, but it also isn't big like 11 by 17, so
Yeah.
it doesn't take up a whole lot of room.
Right.
Because not everybody has room in their windows and their bulletin boards and stuff to put stuff up
Mm-hmm.
on, so it's sort of a nice in-between size.
Great.
That's why I chose it, so.
Thank you, Marcia.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions? Thank you so, so much. Okay. Now, let's get through these minutes, if we could. Hope everybody had a chance to go through them. They were quite lengthy. Could I have a motion on the minutes for October 24th? John, you look like something's wrong.
I have a comment on that next one, so.
That's-
Okay, thank you, all right. It was torture.
Well, as long as, does anybody have any additions or corrections
Yes,
on the
on-
October 24th minutes
Thank you.
before we make a motion?
Right.
And then have to amend them.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. People are just checking out the minutes.
Okay,
Thank you again.
Thank you, Marcia.
Thank you.
Mark,
I was not, in fact, present on October
I know.
25th.
So you really, you're.
No, but it shouldn't say committee members present.
On the 24th?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't there?
I just had this, okay, so this will be, oh, it says, no, it says absent.
Does it? Where?
Yes, here, it says absent, Jason
Oh,
Cohen.
absent, I'm sorry, okay,
Okay,
right, got
I
it.
thought, wow, I really checked these so many times. Because that was the interview situation, sorry. Okay, thank you. I thought, oh, God. I really am not back from Vietnam, okay.
I shouldn't make the motion either then.
Okay,
I move we accept the minutes.
thank you, John. May I have a second?
The October 24th minute.
For October 24th. Thank you very much. Now, let us,
Susan, can you second? I was not there.
second, thank you, Susan.
All in favor? Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Just being
Aye.
safe.
The 5 people that were there, and I know Dennis caught that the last time, that the 5 members that were present, 5 members, yes, and somehow, do you remember the wording? And they were present, I can go back and look at it.
All you have to say in the minutes really is that the board approved minutes.
Okay, thanks,
It's really
good.
not important for that.
Okay, well, Dennis made a big,
That's what I thought originally, until someone
Dennis made a fuss about it, so.
I'm just following up on him.
Okay, all right, Alan. Okay, and could we now go to the minutes of November 4th, please?
There's
John?
an error in there, which I think you're going to get.
Yeah, in the minutes of November 4th, under the facilitated engagement plan discussion heading, which starts on page 2, on page 3, it says that someone by the name of Jason Bakian says something.
Oh, wait.
Very easy to do.
Merging two people into one.
Right here, yeah.
Okay, I'm
But that
not
was,
finding it.
It's on the
three.
8th line,
Yep.
7th line.
So is it Jason or?
Okay, so it's John.
Sixth or
I
seventh
think it
line
was
down.
Jason.
I think, yeah, I remember.
I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh, it was Jason Cohen.
Jason Bourne.
Was it,
Yeah,
it was
Jason Bourne,
Jason
him
or
too.
John?
Jason Cohen.
I remember
Okay.
saying it, so.
Jason Cohen.
All right, Jason, sorry.
It's okay.
Yes, 2 people were listed to be at the meeting who were not at the meeting, so I also checked that out because I thought, was I hallucinating? But they were not there. Okay, anything else? Thank you for this, John.
All right, I make a motion to accept the minutes of the November 14th, 2019
Second.
minutes.
Okay, all in favor?
Seconded?
Aye.
Thank you, great. So, now, Mark, you asked to make a little commentary about the work that you and Maria were doing, so I'd like to give you the time to do that, because we're at 8 o'clock, and I know that we probably will not get through everything that I had here, but I didn't want to lose track of all the things that we've been talking about, so,
Sure. So, Maria and I sort of took a longer look at the draft community survey put forward by Goldson, and we each had some fairly detailed comments we made, but I just want to give a broad brush of
Thank you.
what we all agreed on. We both thought it was too long, and therefore, because of its length, it heightens the risk that too few will respond. We did agree that the survey serves as an educational tool about the Community Preservation Act, and in that sense, the introductory sections on historic preservation, affordable housing, open space, outdoor recreation are generally well crafted. We thought that those were good, they were educational, they sort of really serve the purpose of explaining what the CPA is about. We thought that some of the questions related to issues that use of CPA funds can't really solve. For example, property owners are not adequately maintaining and/or improving their homes and/or rental properties. CPA funds are not going to solve that problem.
You're
That's
right.
sort of a useless thing. And the other one I thought, sort of quote, generate public appreciation and build awareness of Watertown's historic resources. I don't think CPA funds can be used for sort of soft programs, so that doesn't seem to be applicable. A major concern was that the grid for replies to the questions there's a real risk that everyone will say, oh, that's the most important, so we won't have any discernment about choices about things, the things that are put forward, and so we don't have any sense of what the people think are priorities. And we think instead, respondents should be asked to either rank the options, first priority, second priority, third priority, fourth, fifth, or be limited to use only one most important, and they can do the others in last.
I like your ranking idea.
We also thought the draft survey should include more references and more examples of Watertown sites and problems. It currently has sort of a more generic feel to the survey, so I think we ought to get it sort of a real Watertonian flair to it if you want. We do think the survey should serve to elicit what are the priorities in each of the CPA subject areas, but the housing section in particular
was weird.
fails to ask for
Terrible.
priorities on specific projects or programs. And both Maria and I had a couple of suggestions of what those might look like. I don't want to go into all that, but I think we really want to sort of get down to what we want. We want to do rental housing, we want rental subsidies, we want to build new housing, we want to support homeownership, those sorts of issues we ought to be querying that. We should note that the survey will only reflect the views of those that answer. So there's important to promote broad participation. I mean, some towns got responses of 800. One town got only 80. And if you only get 80, that's sort
No.
of not very meaningful. So that's sort of our overview of our critique of the survey. We have more detailed points to make, but we'll forward that on to them.
Does anybody else have anything to add? John had some really good questions that he had copied me on. I apologize that this got a little out of whack with what happened, because I think Anna made a false step. I didn't want to go the way of the flyer again. I think we know Watertown better than anybody, and certainly what you're referring to, Mark, with this kind of generic, we don't have Watertown downtown, we have Watertown Square. I think that was a real misstep, and so kind of when I hit the pause button with regard to the flyer, it was also the pause button to the survey, because I thought, okay, this is so loosey-goosey. I was quite disappointed, and I totally agree with you that the housing section is extremely weak to me, and that we're not going to deal with these things. That's not what the CPA is all about. In some of the questionnaires I had looked at, which I really liked a lot, at the top of each category, they had the actual wording of what is funded, and then they asked the questions, which I think is what you're getting at, that the specificity of what the CPA can do. So I know that you and Maria worked on that. I know John had some comments around that, and I don't think it's that hard to clean this up, but I think it's important that we talked about this, because I think we know what our town is all about, we know what we're driving at, so I really appreciate that you took the time to do that. Did anybody else have comments or questions that they did not get to Maria or Mark?
I haven't sent mine to them,
Okay.
but I will do that.
Would you be kind enough to do that, John? And if anybody else does, because then Lene and I will take that, and we're just going to make sure that we get this down. We would like to try to get, because I had a long talk with Jen about these things, and she's, I said, I'm pretty direct. I said I was pretty disappointed again in content, so we're, scrambling to clean this up as quickly as possible, and, we are going to realign what we're doing with them. It's growing pains. Thank you. And Lene and I will get on that on Monday, and hopefully we can turn this around very quickly, get it back to you for one more look-see. But I think from what I've heard from you, and Maria also sent me a little memo about the concerns, I think we're all on the same page on this. Jason, you had comments?
Yeah, well, just, and this is a pretty general comment. It's, when I take surveys, I get frustrated when I see so many questions that seem to be asking the same.
Same thing, yes.
So, and the housing, for example, I feel like it could easily be culled down to maybe 6 questions that would get at the same issues without saying, the distinction between rents versus mortgage costs. I don't see the value of that distinction. It's just home ownership or housing costs are too high.
I guess it's hard to know, but by differentiating that, it shows the people who are responding that are renting versus owning.
Well, but I'm still, whether I'm renting or owning, I'm still going to answer both of them, so you're not really going to know.
But I guess the housing thing really bothered me as well, because it's like people will have to move out of Watertown due to high rents. What does this have to do with us? We have things that we can fund. We can support, we have our inclusionary zoning. We can support a plan that helps people with security deposits. I'm a landlord myself. I don't charge people first, last, and security. I think it's obscene to do that to people. But there's specific programs that we can fund through the CPA, and those are the things that we should be focusing on. This feels like some touchy-feely psychology thing to me, which is inappropriate for what the CPA can fund. Property owners are not adequately maintaining or improving their homes or rental properties. We're not going to fund that.
Yeah.
People do
But
not.
that was one of my comments.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that is not us, and people do not know where to find information about housing resources or assistance. We're not funding that. That's not our responsibility. So in particular here, where those paragraphs that I saw, I think Pittsfield did it, a couple of other, they actually took the actual language, it was tight, and I think, Mark, you did a great job, or you and Maria together. You had 3 or 4 questions, and that was it, and it cut exactly to the things that we can fund. So I think that's what you're saying as well, Jason.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and So if we could get this all to Lene, copy Lene and me by, if anybody has anything to add, we get this by Sunday, we will work on it immediately on Monday. Maybe we have to go 2 days and turn this back around to you, for you. I mean, it got even so crazy, I called up right away, could we have this as a Word document? And I was told, no, it's already been done in SurveyMonkey. I'm thinking, okay, wait a second, this is too much work. And then Gideon was out, and so I didn't have him to go to, so I called up Jen and I said, please, this is not the way to work with a committee. And so she said, oh, why were you told that? She sent it out in Word right away. So I'm just saying, we're trying to get a better communication here. We've made some changes. Thank God Lene is here, big addition. And so we're going to move forward. So are there any other key areas of concern that people had? John had some very good points.
So it sounds like, I'm trying to understand, like, who's going to be the collector of information? I mean, it just got a little muddy, so
It
I'm
got
just
very
curi-
muddy.
So I'm just curious, like, should we now, due to the time constraints, just send them straight to Lene? Or do you still want us to be involved? I don't really care, I just want to have clear direction at the end of this meeting.
I understand, because I couldn't tell when I watched the TV, the CD, I couldn't tell whether you were the committee and everybody was giving everything to you, so you had the opportunity to look through everything. I think I read Mark's comments, which I agreed with right away. He narrowed things down. They were pretty succinct. You made some really good comments too. So I don't think there's that much work there unless John's comments were kind of pretty on target with that. But, John was going to Anna. Susan sends me some comments. You and Mark already, it got like,
So
okay.
what I had thought was happening was that, like you divide work, and then maybe another task we'll take a pass on. I had thought we had taken this subgroup, but that's fine, we can do, I don't care at this point.
I
Just want to get it done.
I know Lene's the new staff. I'm trying to, we're transitioning. So, usually when you're working with a consultant, it works well to have the staff be the point person for the consultant. So whether you're doing a work task or not, the end result would be that you could hand it to Lene now, and then she will put it in a project folder so that we have the record at so not everything has to go directly to Lilia with having a staff person.
Right.
So we have a project folder, it goes on
Right.
the server, it's being backed up and all that, and then she would provide that communication once she compiles a bit more than just comments that.
I get it,
So you're the point-
she
you're the
should
point
be,
person right now because you were working on it, but as a whole committee, they would be passing that on.
so for this specific task, should Mark and I just send because we both, because of travels and the holiday.
I know,
we
it's
both
getting tight.
We both individually had our own comments. Should we individually send both of I already sent you mine, and
So
Mark,
my perspective would be that's the right way to do it, and that's how, that's setting it up for staff to help you.
yeah, that's fine.
with Wrapping things up and getting it to the consultant.
So that's what we'll do. Does
Yeah,
that make
'cause John
sense,
had
Mark?
some very succinct comments to make. I don't know if anybody else did. Susan had a couple. Lene's our point person. Obviously, I know Watertown better than Lene, but we can go through this, kind of cull it out, shape it, send it back to everybody now, a clean copy. Just yes, no, any other issues, and get this done.
Okay.
Because then we send it to Jen Goldson, and she'll move forward.
And part of the reason I brought that up also is because obviously, a working group of two can communicate, but when you start to all have comments, because of the meeting law, that's where the staff can combine things and say, here it is, and then you can communicate to her, but you can't communicate amongst yourselves.
Yeah, the only reason I wanted clarification is because the agenda from last month, it's very similar to the agenda for this month, but it was discuss small working groups for the discrete tasks. So I thought we were a working group, but we will,
So I guess why I'm trying to provide clarity from a staff perspective is that the working group now has a staff person that you can provide your information to in advance of the meeting. And then they can share that with the committee before the meeting so that people can look at it. And so you have a person who's on your side and working with the working group, or, providing assistance.
You want to pass these down? Okay.
okay.
Or whatever, so that's part of it, that, so when they, gonna be providing that, I try not to report, but obviously I
On that same note, could I suggest that Lene be the person that disseminates our notes and agendas too? Or is that, do you really
No,
want to?
no, no, that will be Lene. Well, she just started on Monday, okay?
Was
I
it
mean,
just this Monday or last? I thought it was.
No, the 9th. This Monday.
Oh, I thought it was a week, I thought, oh.
And Monday doesn't count as a work day because you have to get processed and like.
So she's,
I haven't really had a chance to do very much.
Okay.
Personnel stuff.
The only reason I suggested that was because of the computer issues you were having, so it would be
oh,
easy.
this has been a little disaster going on. Never mind that I've only been getting about 4 hours of sleep a day.
So
Yeah.
from process perspective, there's a staff person who I'm trying to work with her to get her access to the website so she can start to upload agendas and minutes and do those pieces. There's a lot of things. We're working on the phone, there's all the different
Okay.
components of.
No problem.
I'm getting WinDAT files that I said, why aren't you sending it to me in Word? But there's something in her computer that's causing, what? I don't have a Mac. I work on a PC, so all these weird things were going on. John, you had a comment to make?
Yeah, thanks. Not about what was just being discussed, I think that's settled now.
Okay.
But it strikes me that there's, seems to be a fairly large disconnect between the survey draft that we got and what it seems from these questions, and I think from some of the ones that I raised, what we're looking for.
Right.
And, when we've hired professionals who have done this before, who are familiar with the CPA and this whole process, and that's why we hired them. So I hope that whatever comes out of this, that what circles back to us is a clear understanding of the use of the, what use we will make of the survey. In the sense that, Jen has written that the results are not going to be statistically significant. And so you can say, well, why are we doing a survey? Well, it's, an educational function. So, okay. So I just hope that however it works out, whatever the questions work out to be, that what circles back to us is what our how to gear our expectations in terms of how we will use the results. That if they're not going to be statistically significant in terms of what, a majority of people in Watertown want or that kind of thing, that, what is the benefit of the survey, to us? That's just the comment I want to make.
Okay, would you like to add on of anything in particular that you're looking for? When you're, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I mean, I've thought a lot about this survey, but I'd really like to hear, because I think you're a deep thinker, so I just want to get a...
Well, no.
Sorry, I'm blocking people. That's why I hate this room. I don't mean to block, because I have to lean forward to see you.
No, I'm just saying that when I looked at that survey, my immediate thought was about getting statistically significant responses about well, okay, what percent of the sampling, prefers this or thinks this is the top priority or likes these choices. And it seems like, from our consultant's point of view, that is not the use to be made of the responses. So I just, once we have worked out with Jen what the survey is going to say, I would just like to get the feedback from her about how she thinks we should be receiving, reading, understanding, and using the responses.
And I'll be honest with you, John, I looked at other surveys that had been done by them in other communities, and I didn't understand why this one went haywire. Because I felt like the questions were completely, particularly the housing one really bothered me, so it just went off track. And I think it's a little bit of growth problem going on there and project problem, and I said, we need to slow this down so we get the quality that we're expecting and that we want for what we're doing. And I think Lene, now being part of this, she had a meeting with Jen today, and maybe she can fill us in just a little bit about things. But, we're recalibrating again. That's all I say, just be a little bit patient. It's just been really hard, and a lot of things were not going well. And I think, having Marcia take over doing this logo, we're now steady, we have a clean, very good professional image. It's a big thing, we're moving forward.
And to speak to the question that John talked about with the survey, we often, when we're doing these, how do you call them, questionnaires, is being broadcast as far and wide as possible, so it's not a survey. Like, from a perspective of, statistically selected 100 people in Watertown. It's not that, it's about getting the public to provide some thoughts and input.
And also to educate them a bit.
And to share information that helps them learn about the process. So you're doing these two pieces, and so you get these answers, and if you get 5,000 people that say this, you get a feel of what people are struggling with, or.
I agree
think
with
more.
John on this. I mean, I think that, well, we'll find when everyone goes through it and comes back with their, but I think we ought to be clear about kind of what we, not what we'd like people to say, but just topical. What are the kinds of input we're looking for? What are our expectations? And I honestly don't care how much money people make.
But that's an important thing in the sense, because if you have, say we have everybody from one neighborhood answering this survey. Let's look at most of the meetings. If you go to the public art meeting or you go to the community conversations meeting, it's the same demographic that you see at every meeting.
Then
I'm
ask what
sorry.
district they're from.
No, well, we talked about that. Lene and Gideon and I had a very long conversation about that, because the whole issue of, will people know what district they're from? Do we ask people to do their street? I said some people are not going to want to give their street because they think it's becoming too invasive. We talked about, will people know their district, A, B, C, or D, and would we have to put the counselor's name in parens that would help them identify? Gideon says people identify by the school. Well, I don't have kids in the school, so I don't consider myself part of the Lowell School District.
No, I was only saying that neighborhood identified by that school.
Right, so this was really hard. We had about a 20-minute discussion on this, and even when they did the comprehensive plan, they couldn't nail it down. We're 4 square miles. I think of Watertown as just being Watertown, but Angie Kunellis would tell you something different, so, as we all know. So this is what we struggled with, and so we could do it 2 ways. We could ask people for their street, which then we'd have to go through and identify, because I think we'd like, going to John's point again, we want to make sure that we're getting kind of a broad base of information. I think we should ask our counselors to help us with this. They all have mailing lists. Would they, send the survey out to their lists? I know Kenny Woodland has an active list. All our counselors do, so that's another way to get it out. We can go to the library, sit in the library in the afternoon. We can go to the senior center. We can go to the housing authority and talk to Michael Lara and say, is there a day that we could come and sit and ask questions? So we're trying to get that broad base, but it doesn't do us any good if it's always the same demographic that is answering the survey. I think it's important. I have another question that I will add, which is not just simply, do you work in town, but are you new to town? Do you have children under 18? Are you, it gives you a little bit more breadth in terms of connection to Watertown and how long they've been here. So if there's anything, we just need to get it together. I think from all the conversations I've had, we're all on the same page, but we'll put it together tightly. We'll run it by you again and then go back to Jen. I think Anna got off the rails on something here, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I think we know what we're looking for.
I think when we get the survey together with the questions that we want to ask, one of the things that was mentioned before by Gideon and Tom Tracy was, they send out the quarterly tax bills.
Yes.
And sometimes you're allowed to put like
We
a
can
questionnaire like that
And I
in
know
there.
the manager will support us on
Yeah.
this. I mean, I will tell you,
It's the timing of it.
yes,
It's only
that-
quarterly.
Yeah, we need it, if it's.
Yeah,
well, and the other thing,
yeah.
We get the notice and you got like a week.
I will tell you that when I had the meeting with Gideon and Bob and Lene, I found the sexual orientation question kind of offensive. What does your sexual proclivity have to do with the CPC? And I was told, oh, that's an old way of looking at things. So I ran it by a cross-section of people that I know in town, everybody from 22 to 80. And they all said, why would you people be asking that question? You're going to turn people off from even doing the survey. What are you getting in their bedroom for? I thought that was pretty interesting. So I don't think it's an age thing. I didn't think it was relevant.
I thought it just said what gender you are. No.
Yeah, but it was just, people just thought,
Oh, I don't like any of the background questions, but I understand why we might want to have them as proof of
And they should be
the
able to
depth. Which- They are at the back.
But I think
They
it's,
are at the back, and they are optional.
right.
So they are, and one of my comments was that the way that, the plus side of what Anna did was she did use it as an educational tool. So if anyone takes it, they're going to, by default, have a better understanding of what the CPA Act does for Watertown. So at a minimum, it does that, I would say to John's point. But how we interpret the results, I think greatly depends on how many people take it, what kind of depth across the community we get. And I look at it as one data point out of, we've got public forums, we've got other mechanisms, and I look at it as one data point.
Right.
One point that we are going to, out of many that I would think would feed into the plan. That's how I would look at it. How much weight we put to it, I have no idea
Right.
at this
And
point.
Maria, just to clarify, to go back with what I put on that agenda that time, I was trying to, you have to be very careful what you put on an agenda so that you could have a full discussion as we are having now about these things, and that's why I wrote it that way. And unfortunately, okay, this was Bob's first shot. He's not as up to speed on all these things as I am, and Lene wasn't even technically on staff yet. And I was trying to give enough leeway so that we could have this kind of discussion, which is terrible, because again, I have to keep doing this to try to see what's Jason thinking and what's Mark thinking.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Right.
Well, this is a horrible situation. So just so you know why it was phrased that way. So, the committee takes its own turn when they say, oh, well, I'm going to latch on and talk about this, but that's why it was done. There's two critical things. It's A22. There are two really critical things that we do need to address. And let me get back to my agenda, because it's so many things here.
Skip, just to bring you back, you went right to 4C, so you didn't talk about you didn't go to 4A, just to get you back on track.
Okay, I want to go to A. Jen has offered us a pro bono meeting to come in and meet with us again, just to kind of review, after she sent this memo that I sent you all, a little bit about the community survey, public forum number 1. Just come back in with us and talk that through on the 2nd. Ideally, she would like to run the first public forum at the end of the month. She had it on the new schedule, which again, I had not seen. This came out after I left for Vietnam, so I did not see this. The idea was that the committee would talk about this calendar and say, is this doable? Do we feel this is realistic? Now, I will give you my own personal opinion. I don't think the January 15th public forum is realistic. We don't even have our flyer yet. I think it's premature. I spoke with Gideon and Lene. We all talked. Jen had put forth another date, the end of January. I believe it was January 28th. Again, we are running in with huge conflicts with all these town meetings. And so we are trying to say, could we do it on the first week in February? We don't want to go later than that. But Gideon, you mentioned a couple of critical meetings that you thought were important. Do we want to do that, or we say, the hell with these other meetings, we're going for it? It's really hard right now in town. I can't tell you how difficult it is.
So it was on the 27th, there's like the plan community. This is all, I think there's
The 28th is town council.
the 28th is town council, so that's actually not an option.
Right, we can never be run against the council. So it seemed like the first week in February was the best date to try to do this public forum. So number 1, can people make the January 2nd date? Because they do have that date open. I know Dennis contacted me, he said he could make it. I believe, Mark, you said you couldn't. You could not. Can everybody else make? Will you trust us when we have our discussion? Thank you.
May I ask, do we need that early if we're going to push the public forum to February? Do we need to meet that early, or is that just what we have to take because that's what they offered?
Well, their schedule is pretty tight too. It's just, there seemed to be a lot of.
That's right, the sooner the
No,
better.
no,
The
all right,
sooner the
let's,
better.
no, it's a good question, Maria. There was a lot of concern about how this was going to be run, therefore I said, you need to give us better explanation of what is going on. Lene had a meeting with Jen today. She can certainly add a little bit to this discussion right now. So if you don't mind, Lene, I'd appreciate if you would fill us all in a little bit here.
So, we talked about the two options they proposed. Talked about the two options they proposed. One, open house style, and that's if you get, a large audience attend. If you get 100 or more participants, it wouldn't be feasible to do the small group breakout sessions. So if you have a smaller group of people, like 50 or 60 people, they can break out into small groups, and no matter which format they use, they would start off with a presentation to give a background and overview of CPA and the work of the CPC for about 15 minutes or so. And in both formats, there would be, 15 minutes to allow people to settle in. They would have some refreshments, pretzels, cookies, water. In the open house style, they can do a 2-hour format or a 3-hour format. And in the 3-hour format, they would do 2 presentations, and those would be advertised at specific times, so people could show up for those. They would set up boards and tables around the perimeter of the room and set up chairs in the center of the room for the presentations. And then at these tables would be stations where they would probably be set up by category of the CPA. And they would also allow for the participants to allocate, they'd use some kind of tool to allocate how much money they would allocate to the different categories of CPC or CPA. So they might have, pom-poms put in jars.
Right, like they did
And
for-
so they could do it by percentages, so they'd get,
It's kind of an
seven-
interactive
right,
tool.
They would get 7 pom-poms, so 10% for each.
So I'm speaking with Jen tomorrow morning, Maria, just so you know, because she wanted to know what the committee thought about this idea of the early January meeting. She has it free. She said, I really hope you take us up on the offer to come in, talk a little bit more, clarify things. This is pro bono. We've saved them time and energy dealing with the logo situation ourselves, given Marcia's terrific work. And then the real question is, can we find a date by the end of January or the first week in February? That's why I'm saying we really need to have Marcia turn our thing around, our flyer that we can all mail out, do that kind of thing. So any thoughts, and I'm sorry, I'm keep leaning that
So
way.
I'm available on January 2nd.
Okay.
January 2nd or 3rd?
The
Second.
the date that's listed on the agenda.
I'm not.
January
You're not.
2nd.
So Maria is, I know that Dennis is,
I'm here.
Alan is here. Okay, so just Susan, and so far just Susan and Mark can't be here. Everybody else is good?
Yep.
Okay, so I would be inclined to say, let's have that meeting, let's keep moving. If we have hiccups, we want to iron this communication thing out and have them know us a little bit better as soon as possible. That's great. The other, excuse me, John, sure.
A question about this January 2nd meeting. Would it be, if we're going to be talking with Jen about, how these meetings might be conducted and what the purpose of various things are, I'm hoping, assuming that we would also talk about, okay, what schedule do we think, would
Yes.
work for us? And so would it be useful to have, maybe for all of us, just a list of all these other meetings so that we could see what we'd be in conflict with, or will someone just bring that and tell us as we go by?
John, we wish we could, Gideon and I have spent, we can't tell you how many times we sit together and try to go, and they're not being, it's a moving target because of the charter, because of the high school, and because of the elementary schools. They take up this room.
You have a computer there, so you can log on to the town calendar, and that's before
that's the best way. And
I
we-
have a back end for looking at just scheduling, rooms that, so sometimes people, they'll show their hand on the back end that's private about things that might be happening, because they've reserved a room. So I can look at that on my Outlook, to see if there's a room available, and it also sometimes shows me if there's a big meeting that hasn't yet been formally scheduled.
So in terms of rooms, it might be first come, first serve, but in terms of,
I didn't want, I'm only using that as a reference to
Yeah.
what could be, because this is about the public forums, which
Yeah.
is not going to be most likely in the town.
It's not going to be here.
Is that a
So
tough
I'm
health
only
plan?
using that as a guide to know.
To
if
find
there's
where the other
public.
people.
The reason I had to, excuse me, Gideon, the reason I had to go to Tufts before, John, is I couldn't find any space, whether we had 100 people or 200 people, I couldn't find a space. The police station told me, while they only hold 50. It's not big enough, and I think this, I'm hoping this is gonna draw more people than we saw at the community conversations, you know, or at the art media thing. The school, we could try to use the school as an alternative, but I'm sorry, I don't like sitting like I'm in an elementary school falling off my chair there. I think we want a little bit more adult-like environment. I think it says something different. So Tufts is very supportive. They would love to give us their slick, big, super-duper conference room, but we have to nail down these dates, and I ate crow the last time. I don't want to eat crow again.
so presumably January 2nd, we're going to try to do that.
It's January,
Well, the public forum date, we should pick now. Is that what you're saying, to get a hold of Tufts?
If you wait until January 2nd.
we can't. We have to, the January 2nd date is to meet with Jen to keep fleshing things out. How's the survey going? Now if we have the thing from Marcia, we get bang the table. Bang the table is not up. I didn't want to pay for something that we're not using.
So in the remaining time tonight, we're going to try to pick dates? Is that what you're saying?
The problem was with all the dates, and I don't have the full calendar because it's not there, is that last week in December was tight. So we might have to go to Tufts. Or was the first week? Excuse me, thank you, Mark. It's either, to me, and give me feedback, it's either last week in January or the first week in February. If you say, go for any date you can find in that vicinity and just do it, then Lene and I will sit down, and we're gonna need Gideon, because I don't have the keys to the kingdom, and Lene doesn't know how to do all that yet. Maria?
So I would suggest that because you need to also think about a snow date, because we are now,
Yes.
winter is
Good
upon
point.
us, and although I understand a delay is necessary, just keep that in mind, that this could get postponed, and it is a moving target at this time of year for any group.
Right.
I do want to point out that at our Conservation Commission meeting, our staff person mentioned that there was the MVP meeting on the 23rd of January, so we should have. Oh, okay. No, she said, no, she mentioned, she said it was, the public was invited, though. January 23rd is what Laurel mentioned, Laurel Schwab, I couldn't think of her name.
That's why we've already looked beyond.
Okay, it doesn't matter. You guys can decide. My point is, have a snow date. Do not make it out as much time as you need, but keep in mind, it could get pushed out again. That's all my only point. I trust that you guys can figure out the date. If you need further input, I don't know. That's all. I just want to.
Okay, but all I'm trying to think about, if you look at the flyer that they initially had given us, they say you start planning 6 weeks in advance before your event. We are now at December 12th, and we're into the holidays, which, let's face it, who's paying attention? So let's say Marcia's done her thing, we're all set to go, and we have this in the next week or two. You know, if a couple of people want to look at it, I can send it around. I mean, I hate to keep pressuring people, but there's a lot of work to be done, and so we have to make a decision. We have to find a date. Your point is very smart, because we did book in snow dates before, but this calendar that is already, the redone calendar that they did, already, we're not hitting that date. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's why John's point is well taken. We need to keep saying, what are we doing in the schedule? And the other thing that was missed, and no criticism here, she had said, and I think you brought that up at the meeting, Maria, that the summer, the height of summer is not the best time to have the final, report and community meeting, the public hearing. And John also brought that up in something that he sent to me.
But Jonathan also brought up, which I thought was great, if by September we could be ready to be accepting applications, that would be swell, because that's when people are thinking, or, yeah. So what we can sort, like that
But I'm just
part-
saying, there's a lot,
Yes, there is.
there's a lot to sort out.
So just to
Did you say
focus
that?
on the forum,
Well, it's all changed now.
The public forum,
it seems that the last week of January, well, so one, I'm not here that week, that doesn't matter, but
excuse me, I want to add, that was another issue because Gideon's not here, and there was thought that if we had some support from development and planning aside from ourselves, given we don't know whether we're going to be talking to 10 people or 100, or
What
maybe
meeting we're talking
25, but that was another issue.
so staff and.
Staff.
Extra staff to help the consultants to facilitate the meeting. I won't be there that last week of January, but it's also less than a month and a half away with holidays and weekends, so. So are you, is there issues with February, the first week of February?
No, other than Concom, but I'll skip it if Leo allows me to be excused.
You just don't have it on Wednesday.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
We just have to pick a date, though. We don't know what date we have available yet.
Coordinate with Tufts, don't you?
Yeah, I have to, they're wonderful to work with. They'll help us, but.
And the consultant, make sure they're available.
Yes, so this is what I have to do. I have to find the date with Jen, confirm with Tufts, and then, as you said, Maria, also make sure we have a snow date.
So, but one of the things that they said at the very beginning of the process was that it's very important for you all to try to be available, so.
Is anybody not available?
Is there issues on any day of the week on the first week?
February 5th.
3rd through 7th?
February 5th. Every first Wednesday of the month is the Conservation Commission meeting.
I've already
The
covered that.
dates that we proposed to Jen were February 6th, that's a Thursday,
Yeah.
and February 10th, Monday.
And she hasn't verified.
She
the
hasn't,
email yet.
no.
So are those 2 days options, because that could be your planned day
And your snow date.
Snow day, yeah.
The
Because
10th
Monday's not ideal, but there's almost never a meeting conflict.
10th is
Mon-
not good for me.
That's not good for you, John.
Are you
good for me
would you be
either.
available if you had to? Or is it? I'm just asking
I could
bluntly.
see if I can change things, but as of the moment, it's not.
I
Okay.
don't like public, I mean, I don't know, Mondays just seem like a terrible day to have a big public forum meeting.
Okay, but first of all, I have 2 people on both sides of me saying I can't do that date. So this is,
On what date? The 10th?
well,
6th and the 10th.
And you said the 10th?
How about the 6th and the 13th? The snow date would be the 13th.
So that's a meet, there's a historical commission meeting. I mean, so it's an automatic conflict, with a member or 2.
Okay.
Could it happen?
But can we agree that the 6th might be a good date to clear that with Tufts and then come up with the snow date the next week? That doesn't conflict with somebody else?
well, is there anybody that can't make the 6th? Let's just deal with it that way. Is there anybody, Susan cannot, no Susan, anybody else?
Mark's raising
And
his hand.
Mark, okay, no Mark.
No February 6th for you?
No February 6th can't work.
But if 9 of us are there,
Yes,
is that?
then we
does
can
that-
cover it. I agree with you. I go the way you go, Maria. Okay, so, and then the 10th. No Susan,
No John,
no Mark,
no Mac, and no John.
no Mark, no Susan, no John. Can we cover it with 6?
Maybe we should think of another second night for the snow date.
I think we all get snowshoes. I don't know. Snow doesn't bother me. I get through anything.
The reasons that we pick these dates are there are conflicts on the 11th, the
Oh.
12th, and the 13th.
Oh, there are.
And there's conflicts on the 25th. So the 11th is a council, every second Tuesday.
What's the 13th conflict? Because we could turn it into a Feel the Love of Watertown meeting
Yeah.
or something,
So
right next to Valentine's.
I like that.
if there's any kind of.
Sorry.
So it's historical, so that it's not just Susan, but it's that entire committee.
It's
Right.
the committee.
Meaningful on the
Right.
agenda,
That's one of the things we fund, yeah.
So that's why.
It's Susan's
not
group.
just-
But I'm not here the whole month of February. I'm
Oh.
not going to be here for.
She's not just blowing us off, she's blowing off the historical commission.
I'm talking about the historical commission in general, so there's, the president of the Historic Society sits on.
Yep.
But what if we invite them to a specific focus group?
So this kickoff community forums, we want to avoid obvious conflicts.
Conflicts,
So
yeah.
that Thursday, to me, is not a great day for planning for it.
The 6th?
No,
The 13th.
And what is the group again? Is it
13th, oh.
Historical Society or Historic what?
Well, maybe we'll have
it's
to,
the historical commission, but.
All right, get, just too much talking now. I need to know something. We have February 6th, we say is a possibility, and February 10th is a possibility? And then we still have to talk to Jen to see if she can do it.
I mean, you can look at the 13th, but you could try to ask them. to-
Look at the 13th, please.
But it's not a good, it's
No.
really it's like saying, it'd be like saying.
We're not talking about the, Gideon, we are not talking about the 13th right now. We're talking about the 6th and the 10th. Alan had made the suggestion for February 6th and the snow date being February 10th. Is there a conflict there that you can see, because you see things that I
The
can't?
6th and the 10th, we already talked about, those are the days that were
What
available.
was the
Okay.
name?
There's no like,
Okay,
Other people getting credit for yours.
shall I, when I speak to Jen tomorrow, shall I check, is there any other day at the end of January that we could pick so that then one of those dates could become a snow date? I'm just worried about us having enough breathing room that we do a really good job of getting the word out. That is my big concern, because we're going to go into the holidays, and that is, you know, we got to pound it out then. We can start sending it out, save the date and all that, but, you know, we really need to get this done, so,
Is anything wrong with January 30th?
pardon me?
January 30th?
Gideon, can you see on your secret calendar, the 30th?
30th was good. The 29th and
I
the
just won't be
30th
here.
were
I
the
won't be
days that
here.
we.
Okay, the 29th and 30th, you said we're okay? Okay, so those are the dates I'm going to talk with Jen about, and we'll see the best that we can do, okay? And we're just, you know, if there's 6 people there, I think we can handle it. I think we'll be fine.
The members are available the 29th and 30th?
Is there anybody who's not available on the 29th?
We're talking January, right?
January.
that'd be a Wednesday and a Thursday.
Yeah.
Great.
29th.
So Mark is here. He's not abandoning us at that point in time. Okay, Susan, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, everybody's here. Oh, this is good. Whoa, I'm getting excited. Okay, so yes, whole team is here. And on the 30th, anything else?
I'm not here, there's a meeting on the 27th and 28th, so there's 15.
Okay, but on the 30th, is the whole team here? Okay. All right, so these are our opportunities. Thank you. At least we have 4 dates now. We can try to massage this. Whoa, okay. Mark, please, go ahead.
Yeah, Bill, on the January 2nd, will you have the resource fact sheets before you or not?
Okay, let's just talk about that. She is working on that, but if you look, these resource fact sheets, they're doing rough stuff, but they were working on, if you look at the top of that calendar, these things are in development, and obviously part of what they're looking for is some information from this. Did you get any further clarification on that, Lene?
So they are working on these things, and because we're moving the public forum date out, they may, I don't know if they'll have them available for the 2nd, but it's possible. I mean,
Okay.
When you talk to them.
Right, I will check that, Mark, and I will find out, and I'll,
But we'll have them for review before the first public
Oh,
forum.
yes, definitely.
Yeah, okay.
okay. So,
Certain.
all right, let's see, and I don't want to, I know it's 8:45, so I appreciate that. Well, you have that little bit of information about the focus groups. I just want to say Susan did a really terrific job of putting this information together. Round of applause, please.
I learned a lot.
Yes, thank you. I love people that take work off of my shoulders. I think I haven't gone through it all, but, you know, the focus groups, we can either set up a little task force just to talk this through, but each group is supposed to be 10 to 12 people, 4 groups. There'll be 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening. And I think it's pretty simple to figure out who the key people are. We can go right down our commissions on the website and other key individuals in town. but we, you know, we can address that. I just wanted to hit on these things. Susan, yes?
I just had a quick question. These profiles and fact sheets would be making use of our new logo?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's why I've been pushing so hard to move forward. Mark, are you asking me a question? I can't tell.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought what Goldson put together on the sort of, the outline of the community engagement was a very nice piece. And I wonder if we can put it on our website with a little bit of editing.
All right, let me just make sure. You're talking about this update that this is the memo that I sent out? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yeah.
I don't see why not.
I think we need to edit it because there's some stuff that we may.
You're a very good writer. Would you like to edit a little bit?
Sure, I can do it. Yeah, I just want to take out some references which.
Yes,
Yeah.
like dates. Let's not get jammed up on dates yet.
and-
Yes,
and some
yes.
technicalities, but otherwise.
If you don't mind doing that, I'd really appreciate it
No
because
problem.
you're a good
Okay.
writer. That's great. Are there other,
Clarification, so you can send that,
The Lene, yeah, yeah.
yes. Yes,
reminding us.
And then we put it on the website. Yeah, yeah.
that would be great.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that. Maria?
So are we only going to go over on the schedule under the 4B, this first public forum, or should we pick other dates that are, for the next meeting?
Okay, well, that was my next question, because you know how I'm driving you all crazy with meetings. So Jen Goldson's meeting would be on the 2nd. I have to get back to my calendar, excuse me for a second. This is a pain in the neck here.
On the second,
2nd of January, and our regularly scheduled meeting for CPC would be on the 16th. So that would be a great meeting to keep working together.
Yeah.
Okay, I would prefer to keep that meeting. That's me, but January 16th.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay, because we'll just keep moving forward. Lene, I just saw a face, so
No,
I'm
I-
trying to read the body language.
3 meetings, okay.
Oh, potentially,
Yeah.
3, yeah.
You mean at the end of the month, too?
If we have the public forum, too.
Well, let's see what happens with the public forum.
Right.
Is that okay? We can adjust from there? Is that, okay. Let's see, where's my ABC, Maria?
Just, why don't you go with trying to set the first meeting up, and then you guys propose some dates to us, because I think it would be, unless you want to know availability, and you want me to do a doodle poll, let me know, because this is,
You're talking about the public forum.
like, the other dates that you're going to want to, I mean, I guess it doesn't, if it doesn't matter if we're all at the second public forum,
Well, it could be good if we can do this.
I'm just wondering, like, how much of this schedule do we need to hash out now? Or does it all hinge upon?
The next thing that will come up will be the focus groups after this, which will be in kind of March, is what she indicated. So that has really not much to do with us. That's where they're going to be talking to various people in town. And then the next public forum after that would be in April.
So, I mean, is it possible that we don't need to push everything out, that we could just crunch between January and April? Like, is that?
It's possible,
Possible, but let's first get our public forum alignment, because that date will influence other dates.
right now, it's only being pushed out 2 weeks.
Yes,
And this, I'll just remind everybody that this is the one thing that we can do by email,
yes.
is schedule meeting dates. So this is the one thing that you don't have to spend.
Hours on right now. But we're
that was
also
my point.
clarifying a few things, Gideon. I think things got a little bit lost, so, you know, I apologize, but I had a great trip, and I'm happy I went. Okay, so we're on the phases. We're going to take care of the survey. Mark is going to review the Goldson thing, which we can then use maybe as a little promo piece too with our new logo to circulate that around. Tell people what's going on, maybe a news release of what's coming up. I know John had talked at one point about setting up a little group to do some news releases. I don't know if we want to talk about that tonight or push that out, but it is 8:50. I don't know if anybody wants to have any board updates, if your brains are fried at this point.
I would love to talk about news releases, like how do we want to handle that as a group? Is somebody a really good writer or want to do that? I find that interesting. Or would that be something Lene is good at and could do for us, or how do we, I don't know.
Well, Lene, would you like to speak about that a little bit? Because I know you've done a lot of that work, so.
Well, you know, news releases are not as popular as they once were. The print media is very, it's like diminishing. So, yeah, so I mean, I could write them, I could certainly do them, but there are a lot of other avenues for.
Just remember, Maria, we're doing our bang the table as soon as we get this logo thing done. That means we're going to be able to put the survey on that, put information on that, and we want to drive people to that.
So just a little background, we talked, you know, when we mentioned before you were on board, and I was talking about like the concept of press releases, it's loose. So we have like a local journalist who has created his own website. So we created a document and.
Like Charlie Brightrose is what you're talking about?
Watertown News.
Yeah.
For one, or like you send it to the TAP and surprisingly a lot of people do read the TAP, there's an online print version. They're not, but when the town is an official entity, something, they may choose to do something with it. So it's like.
They mandate it to do.
It's creating a thing that you might envision as becoming an article or becoming something, either online or people take it, they take it, post it, so it's not like a old school media, but it ends up being.
Well, if you have a
written.
list of, you know, media outlets, then that's fine.
Right.
And you hope that they cover it.
I want to go back to Jason's comment, though, is that I don't think 9 people can manage a news release. I mean, I think the thing that happens, I've seen Lene's writing, she's a good writer. I think it's one thing to have one person as a sounding board who's interested in that, maybe to say, just take a look at it, because we all have blind spots. I know that I've certainly made some dumb mistakes in the last couple of months, just because I was tired, I had nobody to lean on. So just need to think about that. I like Mark's idea of kind of rewriting what Goldson is doing a little bit, getting that out to the word, getting our logo done, doing some things like that, getting the excitement out for the first public forum, introducing ourselves at the first public forum. I think, you know, is that enough on our plate right now? I mean, I'm just looking at you all. Sorry. Could we take it up a little bit more, see where we are January 2nd? Is that okay? All right. Any comments from the boards? Any community comments? I had 2 ideas for new business, but if it could hold till January if we're tired.
But you could tell us what they are.
Okay, well, I kind of did at the beginning. The meeting room area is becoming a very difficult situation, so I think we'll go to the 3rd. We can have the 3rd floor that I can lock that down for our regular meetings. Lene is now on board, so we can deal with our, you know, our informational stuff, and we're still going to have our public meetings. Obviously, we'll be in very public places. The other thing that's reality is we're coming up at the end of our first year. So I believe that it's Jason, you were you were at the 1-year round, and then you go into a 3-year, should you continue with us.
I think it was
Mark
Mark.
and Dennis.
Yeah.
You've had enough of me. And the other thing is that that's the time that my position as chair is basically up. I think, you know, it's the end of the year, it's the end of the term. So I think we need to talk about those things and figure out what we want to do.
What is our actual anniversary date according to the town
February
bylaws?
1st,
February 1st.
right.
So you'd have to wait until after February 1st to do any so-called elections of chair, vice chair, so forth.
This is why I love this man. He knows all this stuff.
In case the members change, because some of them have 1-year terms. We're assuming that they're going to re-up, but, you know, I'm just saying.
We want to have the new people.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, but so, I mean, speaking of that, is it up to us to re-up, like?
Well, you're appointed by the town manager,
You're
right?
appointed by the manager, and honestly, he should have sent you a letter saying, Jason, are you willing to stay on, or are you sick of these people? But no.
He would have sent it over to Joanne.
I certainly didn't get that, so.
I mean, it's yeah, but it's usually done after.
I know.
Yeah, with juice.
We can just,
No,
are you
not
planning
everybody
on
expires. There should only be 2 or 3 of us.
Okay, I know Dennis is staying, so that's not an issue. So it's basically talking about the chair and dealing with that. So, does anybody have a committee report? I'm looking at, people look a little tired. We're
No,
done?
No, I'm not too tired, but
Okay.
there was nothing of importance to note. I mentioned it at the last meeting, which, was it, there was no recorder, so maybe I should mention it at this meeting. Is there
And
gonna-
does, she's going to transcribe it.
From the video? Oh, God bless you. Oh, my God, okay. Well, I had said at that last meeting that I brought up at the Conservation Commission meeting about the educational tour, and they're willing to do that, but not until the weather is much warmer, so,
We're not going to do a snowshoe tour?
no. No, it won't highlight, it won't highlight what we
Okay.
consider beautiful. That's all, that's it.
Okay, Mark?
Yeah, because the education tour is going to wait till the spring on the Conservation Commission, I wonder if others might be willing to do something before spring, but we'll see how that works out. I mean, I invite the
Yeah.
Historic Commission or the parks.
It'd be
and-
nice
yeah.
if the 3 historic groups could kind of get together and maybe do some kind of presentation,
or something.
because it would help everybody fill out their understanding of those 3 groups. So Susan, is that something you could talk about at your next meeting? Because I believe you have representatives from each group there.
Well, we can.
Yeah,
They're not automatically there, but we can have them, invite them.
well, or
Yeah.
give them a phone call and say, could you do this? And Bob,
Yeah,
I think the springtime would be better
for the parks?
yeah, because we're gonna end up with a snow day or something's
Right.
gonna end up if we do it in the winter, so I mean, April or May.
Okay.
April would be great.
Okay,
I have one question, Susan,
Sure.
you did a great job with this.
Yep.
If there's anything we think that's missing, like the DPW isn't on here,
Oh, yeah.
do we send it to Lene, to you, who
I
can
think-
manage this?
Well, yeah, Lenny, I'm going to give
Can you
you, I
manage
have
this?
a.
yeah, just add it to the DPW. And would you add on, Bob, who are the key people that
Yeah.
it should go to? I mean, I know, but that would
Yeah.
be helpful.
Okay.
Thank
Or
you.
if there's anything that's wrong, I mean, I got my stuff from websites. so
Yeah,
some-
Yeah,
no,
no,
that's
no,
great.
you did a great
But I
job,
just
Susan. It's,
Wanted to know where to
Yeah, yeah.
fire that off.
But why single out DPW out of the, because it's
Because I
like,
think there's some concerned people there that might want to, attend meetings, they are a stakeholder.
they will be invited,
They'll be
so,
invited, that's
yes,
what I'm
as a
saying.
stakeholder.
Wouldn't we want to keep them informed on
I
what
guess
we're
it just
doing?
looking at the top, it says organizations plus council plus neighborhoods plus advocacy.
Well,
No, it's an entity, it's something you would.
I saw things like the police department and,
Oh,
I mean, they're on there and the
Sure,
recreation
okay,
department.
sure.
I mean, I know they're a stakeholder, but
It's not complete.
somebody at
It's not
DPW might.
complete. Susan was trying to look at key organizations that we should be aware of, like the police, what is it, Dan's
Citizens
Unwares, he's great in the community relations things. The police do a lot of stuff with youth sports, all this kind of stuff in town. They might want to come to the public forum. They may not see their role as a stakeholder at the regular focus groups. But I just think we're trying to develop a list of people that we all get to know. I know an awful lot of people, but, that we have some sense of who we're talking to and why, and again, to reach out and say, hey, we're having this public forum, please come. You're trying to encompass as many people as possible.
So I have one to add also.
Sure, Jason.
I can send it to Lene.
Yeah.
But it's a woman, her name is Judy Fallows. I don't know if you know her. She kind of organizes the various gardens at the schools.
That would be an important person to have on this,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, and she's got
Thank
some
you.
great ideas and some initiatives going on, so
That's wonderful. But when you send it, would you send her name, her contact info? Okay. Gideon, you're not going to be here. You're going to be away for the end of the month for a good bit of vacation, so please, Jason, thank you. Would you get that over to Lene?
Sure.
I know his schedule. Let's not have any holes here. Anybody else got a question or a Mark?
yeah, I think this is great.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you did a
And
great
I
job.
encourage everybody to go through it, and if there are names missing, add them.
Right.
Organizations missing, add them. If there are
Organizations.
phone numbers that aren't here, put them on, email addresses, all that stuff, but I think this is a tremendous start. I think we're 80% there.
Yes,
Yeah.
did a great
terrific.
job.
So,
Super
Gideon,
great
I
job.
have a very, very quick, Gideon, I have a very quick question. Do you have a database like FileMaker that this could be imported into? Excel?
Pardon me?
Okay. Well, Excel. Because as a Word document, this is not as useful as
It's easy to convert that
It's easy to convert, okay.
Lenee's just sitting there going, oh, my pile's getting higher and higher.
Most important.
That's it, I mean, that's easy to,
Yeah, this is incredible. Thank you, Susan.
Yeah.
I can add some names. I can
Good.
add 2 names for
Super.
Watertown Community Garden, well, at least one.
Yeah, yeah, great.
The Watertown Community Gardens, yeah, Carson.
Well, you know, I was also a little reluctant I was reluctant to add too many names, only the names of people who were actually on the site, because I wasn't sure, I didn't know enough to know whether they would not want their name on a list like this, or,
Well, if they're key official, like with the
Right.
community gardens, they should be on this list.
Carson just came to our last Conservation
Yeah.
Commission meeting, so I think he'd be
Yeah,
okay with it.
yeah.
And, you know, we have a bee program coming up, I believe, in mid-January, which is pretty cool that they're doing, becoming a bee community. So, you know, that should be on the list. Now, would they come to the focus group? Do they have, you know, we only have room for about 40-some-odd people in this focus group, so I think it's important to kind of look at this and say, are we inviting, everybody on this list should be invited to the public forum. But do we want to cull the list specifically with regard to the 4 critical areas that we have of recreation, open space, historical preservation, and affordable housing? I don't have the answer, I'm just trying to think about those things. But, pardon me? Okay. Yeah, I'm sure she is. All right, any other questions, concerns?
I could update on the planning board if anyone's interested.
Yes,
but I
we
could
are
just-
interested. You're causing all kinds of problems in town, Jason.
We are? Well, I think we're actually being pretty,
I'm teasing you.
pretty, what's the word? Non-confrontational. So we recommended approval to the ZBA of 2 projects last night. It was, a 4-hour meeting? We were here till about 11 last night, so. Right across the street, 164, 166 Main Street, 5-story residential or 4-story over parking and retail. And 85 Walnut Street, the Doble site. After a lot of discussion, that was also recommended for approval to the ZBA. And we did discuss the memo that Leo had prepared about the shadow parking. We're hoping that it won't ever come to that if it's actually a lab building, they won't need the extra parking, so it'll remain green space, and the garage would be 1 story lower than they had proposed. That's about it.
Great, thank you,
In a
Jason.
nutshell, and the usual small side buffer.
The Doble site has approximately an acre of open space park called Walnut Park or something.
Yes.
In an area that used to be Underwood Park, which was never public land, and so it's coming back in a larger format.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you mentioned that.
I want to commend the developer would really work with Trees for Watertown and folks to make that green space happen.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like they're still taking down a couple of mature trees, but we're getting hopefully we'll be getting a nice park out of the whole deal, which is rare, I think.
But they're
I
not
ha-
conveying an easement to the town board.
No, it's their property. Yeah.
I have to tell you, being in Vietnam, what stunned me is they have tree doctors in all their parks, and they put little signs up in the parks saying that the tree doctor has been here, and this is what they've done to the tree, and they want the community to be aware of it and how they tend to this. There's such a focus on green space. It is stunning. I mean, it's everywhere. And
Unexpected.
I mean, if I tell this to Libby Shaw, she's going to be all over us. But it was quite amazing. Well, this has been a really great meeting. I want to, everybody, for all those of you out there watching us, I just want to wish everybody a really happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Bah Humbug Day, if that's your bent. But thank you. I really appreciate it. And I guess we'll see you all in the new year. So, John.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes. Second. All right. Thank you.
Good work, John.